Hello there, internet individuals, and to quote a Finnish animator who I once voice acted in one of their videos, except I'm not actually quoting it, I'm misquoting it because I need to say exactly what this is. If I'm doing everything wrong with Happy Tree Friends Season 2, you will watch me make it. Yeah, I'm streaming my video editing because you all wanted this. A lot of people wanted this. A lot of people wanted this. Anyways, so yeah. The last episode I completed was Blind Date, so I'm moving on to Suck It Up. Alright. I'm going to make sure I... Oops, that is the wrong one. I wanted to lower the volume of the output because, wouldn't you guess, I recorded this video using my own voice.
Sniffles' snout is drawn a lot shorter in this episode, and unfortunately this predates the redesign starting from the TV series, so it counts as a mistake.
So, yeah, hopefully it being quiet won't make it too confusing. Of course, I need to normalize all of these clips so that it's actually loud in the exported video. But I'm sure you'll be able to tell who's talking because by just the clue, the context clues.
Sniffles' snout is drawn a lot shorter in this episode.
Yep, that's good. By the way, the YouTube page that shows the subscriber count keeps breaking for some reason, so please ignore when the number just keeps disappearing. Anyways, let's get to video editing. Drag in Season 2, Episode 26, Suck It Up. Lower the volume by 14 decibels.
Sniffles' snout is drawn a lot shorter in this episode, and unfortunately this predates the redesign starting from the TV series, so it counts as a mistake. Having chocolate chip cookies when you're ill.
Having chocolate chip cookies when you're ill.
When you're ill. Having chocolate chip cookies when you're ill.
Zoom in on the cookies. Actually, let me make sure that's where this is.
I assume those are chocolate chip cookies. This is pretending to be a kid show. One imitation of kid shows would have someone willingly have oatmeal raisin cookies or some garbage.
What imitation of kid show would have someone eating something like that?
L. I assume those are chocolate chip cookies. This is pretending to be a kid show. One imitation of kid shows would have someone willingly have oatmeal raisin cookies or some garbage.
Get to the right frame. There we go. Then this one.
Those are chocolate chip cookies. This is pretending to be a kid show. One imitation of kid shows would have someone willingly have oatmeal raisin cookies or some garbage.
Go. Hello there, username Miracle Machine.
You didn't even try to wait until Sniffles... You didn't even try to wait until Sniffles was preoccupied this time. And judging by your reaction, you didn't know he was too weak to snatch you up. You should have died.
There we go. That's ragging on the ants for being stupid and not carefully planning out when to steal Sniffles' food. You fool.
Sniffles is no longer clearly presented as being ill, especially if he built that just now. Sniffles is no longer clearly presented as being ill, especially if he built that just now. Built that just now. This doesn't smash the device. This doesn't smash the device and break Sniffles' skull. None of the books get caught in his skull. This doesn't smash the device and break Sniffles' skull.
When you watch it off Happy Tree Friends, you start questioning all the time something doesn't completely obliterate someone.
None of the books get caught in the device either. None of the books get caught in the device either. Get caught in the device either. None of the books get caught in the device either. None of the books get caught in the device either.
Hello there, usernames Sonic Channel, Dendy World, and I don't know how to pronounce that.
After being set to the leftmost setting, it is immediately back to the right setting in the next shot. After being set to the leftmost setting, it is After being set to the leftmost setting, it is immediately back to the right setting in the next.
Right, let's slow this clip down 50%. Lock stretch.
In the next shot.
Smooth zoom in on the dial.
It is immediately back to the right setting in the next shot.
Let me move that further left.
Shot. It is immediately back to the right setting in the next shot. The bowling ball no longer has an outline. See what I mean with the outline? See what I mean with outline? See what I mean with the whole outline inconsistency thing? You've all waited enough for this video, and trying to count all of those inter-episode what objects have outlines or not inconsistencies would delay it by at least another week. A seventh cookie
Boop.
No longer has an outline. See what I mean with the whole outline inconsistency?
What's wrong with season 2 of Happy Tree Friends? You'll see when this video releases. It's a CinemaSins thing.
See what I mean with the whole outline inconsistency thing? You've all waited. The bowling ball no longer has an outline. See what I... See what I mean with the whole outline inconsistency thing? You've all waited enough for this video and trying to count all of those inter-episodes. You've all waited enough for this video and trying to count.
I conveniently have a screenshot of the previous video timestamp before I find it. I believe it's in like, yeah, right here. It's been 3 years. That's the file name of the image.
Thing. You've all waited enough for this. You've all waited enough for this video and trying to count all of those inter-episode what objects have outlines or not inconsistencies would delay it by at least another week. A 7th cookie materializes between shots.
Okay, so there's 6 in this shot and 7 in this one.
Cookie materializes between shots.
Let me try and label all of these as well. C, Century Gothic, bold, size 20, outline 1, 2, 3, 4. Trying to make as little as few assets as possible for this. I have to make make specific ones for 5 and 6. I should just lower the frame. There we go, that's better. Okay, so that number 5 goes here. Number 6. Go. Actually, let me just copy the position. There we go. Okay, so the 3 just completely moves. The 4 also completely moves. Four, so that's there, and then can't believe I got the exact like spot correct. Hold. Somewhere around here. I got the exact frame. How did I do that? So slow, then move it down here, move it to the correct frame. This is why this video takes so long, because I just spend way too long like just doing stuff like that. Hello there, username Ruan Carlos Nerves N6Z6Z and Oswald.
Materializes between shots.
And finally number 7.
Seventh cookie materializes between shots. These chips of the wall
Do I include the fact that the third cookie has moved positions? And that the first cookie is changing color? I always just go into way too much meticulous detail when doing this. And also this is another reason why CinemaSins videos take so long. I always find more things to add when doing the video editing. Okay, if you want to know how many there are. So there is whenever you record audio in Vegas, it gets saved as a separate audio file. There are 231 separated audio files. I have recorded more than 200 additional lines since starting the video editing process. I have a problem. Okay, so what was I doing? Right. Gotta get real close to the mic for this. So I am going for why the third cookie is moved and the first cookie is changed color. This cookie is also in a completely different spot. And this cookie is just straight up a different color. I'll name that file cookie discrepancy. Cookie discrepancy. The word discrepancy is funny to me. Split them two, normalize both. A different spot. And this cookie is just straight up a different color. This cookie is also in a completely different spot. And this cookie is just straight up a different color. He's also in a completely different spot. Zoom in on the specific cookie. Then do the same this one with this cookie. Zoom in, zoom in more. Zoom. Cookie is just straight up a different color. Cookie is also in a completely different spot. Another reason video editing for me takes such a long time is because I love just rewatching what I've done over and over and over again. Like the other bonus, like I did the bonus round first before doing anything else because I just wanted to compile the bonus round first, and like I rewatched the bonus round so often. You know what? This'll be your official teaser, the bonus round. Let me see if I can full screen this for you. I don't know how. Video preview preferences. How do I get it into the main screen? Preview device. This one, apply. Alt Shift 4. That is not the right one. Is it number 1? It might be number 1. Alt Shift 4. There you go. I have to manually switch the tab as well, I think. Right? No, it doesn't work like that. Cool. I can just. I guess I'll just stream the. Which one is the full screen tab? There we go, that's the one. So yeah. Alt Shift 4. This will be your teaser. It has to happen. There are a lot of these, aren't there? This season is so much longer than the first season. Like, if I don't know if you can really see the timeline that well, but like if you look over here, the timeline is like it's pretty much guaranteed to be over an hour and a half long. That's more than twice the length of the first season. That's gonna be fun. Anyways, let me do that. Let's get back to the editing.
These chips at the wall doesn't enter the device either. These chips at the wall doesn't enter the device either. Either. Doesn't enter the device. These chips at the wall doesn't enter the device either.
By the way, to be clear, when I was writing the original script, I only watched the original version, so mistakes like these cookies just being stuck there, I did not catch until editing, because I didn't watch the widescreen version for scripting, which is probably why I found so many more of these issues. But you know, I have to think about what I'm going to say for this in. Mistakes like these are literally hold on. I'm trying to say mistakes like these are literally widescreen conversion 101. How did you miss this? Mistakes like these are literally part of widescreen conversion 101. How did you miss this? I think that's clipping. I think that's clipping. Peaking clipping. When the mic picks too loud noise and it just goes. Mistakes like these are literally part of widescreen conversion 101. How did you miss this? Widescreen 101. How did you miss this? Mistakes like these are literally part of widescreen conversion 101. How did you miss this? How did... There we go. Literally part of widescreen conversion 101. How did you miss this? Grab the clip, slow it down. Mistakes like these are literally part of widescreen conversion 101. Let me slow it down even more. Velocity 50%. Burp. 50%. Mistakes like these are literally part of widescreen conversion 101. How did you miss this? It'd be better if I use an arrow than zooming in on it. So, arrow. How did you miss this?
Mistakes like these are literally part of widescreen conversion 101. How did you miss this? The error on the dial detaches from the dial.
The error on the dial detaches from the dial. Sometimes, there it is.
The error on the dial detaches from the dial.
Go. Zoom in on it.
The error on the dial detaches from the dial. The error on... Smart guy makes it this effortless to uncap the dial. That's... Smart guy makes it this effortless to uncap the dial. That's engineering 101. Ensure things are adequately bolted, screwed, or even at least glued in place. The acid burns plates.
Trim.
Let's to uncap the dial. That's engineering 101. Ensure things are adequately bolted, screwed, or even at least glued in place. The acid burns through the table without falling through it. Also, the glasses on the table don't get flung with the acid. With the acid. Also, the glasses on the table don't get flung with the acid. Sniffles apparently has only 4 teeth now. Sniffles apparently has only 4 teeth now. Sniffles apparently has only 4 teeth on the table don't get flung with the acid. Sniffles apparently has only 4 teeth now. Sniffles apparently has only 4 teeth now. He also doesn't have a tail anymore.
Let me make sure that wasn't in the previous shot. Yep, tail's there. Tail should be here, but it's missing.
He also doesn't have a tail anymore.
Normalize.
Tail anymore.
Still survives this. I'd say you wouldn't like immediately die from that.
What in the bendy glass of plastic or whatever is this? What in the bendy glass of plastic or whatever is this? Also, that makes it much longer than before.
Freeze frame. Clip out the audio. then I'm gonna try see if I can get away with just cropping to the relevant spot. Yep, that'll do.
Also, that makes it much longer than before. And how did that even happen just from falling over, not even onto it? And how did that even happen just from falling over?
Actually, wait a minute. These are a bunch of broken tweens. Do you know how many tweens were broken in the remastering of Season 2 episodes? It's all the time. Like, it's genuinely ridiculous. It got to the point where by the time I made it to this episode, I ended up making this. My feeling when another broken tween. Okay, so
and how did that even happen just from falling over, not even onto it?
Okay, I need to record this broken tween thing. First, let me make sure that this isn't in the original episode. Season 2 episodes. Let me see if I have. Okay, good. I do have the original airing of this episode. Let me navigate to the right spot, and yeah, we can directly compare the animation where the tweens are fine, the rotation is smooth, and then you look at this one and everything is just snapping into place unnaturally. Okay, I'm gonna write something down for me to follow, so it's easier for me to follow. I'm running things to say. I'm running out of unique things to say when pointing these broken tweens out. I'm running out of unique things to say when pointing these broken tweens out. Broken tween, very unique line. I'm running out of unique things to say when pointing these broken tweens out. I'm running out of unique things to say when pointing these broken tweens out. I'm running out of unique things. I'm running out of unique things to say when pointing these broken tweens out. Go.
Which, by the way, Sniffles doesn't think.
Okay, so let me move all these back. I believe I can use the shuffle tool for this. Nope. Can only shuffle one thing at a time. Good to know. Oh well. Normal edit tool. Move that back. Go, move those there. Grab all these, move them forward. Shove this here. I'm running out of unique things to say. Then, grab all these and put them here.
Out. What in the bendy glass of plastic? Which, by the way, Sniffles doesn't think to just take off the device, and if the suction is keeping it affixed to his head, then that is an incredibly stupendous design flaw and blunder. And if the suction off the device, and if the suction is keeping it affixed to his head, then that is an incredibly stupendous design flaw and blunder.
Go, there we go, there we go, there we go, go, go.
Why are his eyelids? Why are his eyelids? I'm going to assume he has eyelids. Why is his eyelids different to an earlier scene? Why are his different to an earlier scene? Different to an earlier. I'm going to assume he has eyelids. I'm going to assume he has eyelids. I'm going to assume he has eyelids. Why are his eyelids? I'm going to assume he eyelids. I'm going to assume he has eyelids.
No. Yeah.
Different to an earlier scene.
Earlier scene. Let me grab the episode. Go.
Why is this?
Okay, crop. Go. Picture in picture. Set 1, set scale to 1, set location to 1, animate half a second, set location to 0.5. This 12 frames.
Earlier scene. Eyelids different to an earlier scene.
go.
Why is his eyelids different to an earlier scene? Fire is... I'm going to assume he has eyelids. Why is his eyelids different to an earlier scene? Sniffles' ear is positioned and layered oddly, making it look like it's in the middle of his head and not to one side. Sniffles' ear is positioned and layered oddly, making it look like it's in the middle of his head and not to one side. Does his head not...
Go.
And not to one side.
Normalize.
And not to one side. Does his head not stop the flow of the suction? Does his head not stop the flow of the suction? Also, somehow the far side of his back... Does his head not stop the flow of the suction? Also, somehow the far side of his vacuum is drawn in before the near side. Also, somehow the far side of his vacuum is drawn in before the near side.
What's that written as again? Also, somehow the far side from the vacuum.
The far side of his vacuum is drawn...
Why did I say of his vacuum? I probably had like both from the vacuum and of his head in my brain at the same time and mushed them together. Oops. Let me re-record that.
Also, somehow the far side from the vacuum is drawn in before the near side.
Far from the vacuum.wav. Normalize.
Also, somehow the far side from the vacuum is drawn in before the near side. Also, somehow the far side from the vacuum is drawn in before the near side. Also, the outlines of Sniffles' head goes missing, but only in the G4 airing DVD and blurb versions? I really just don't get how these mistakes arise in some but not all airings of the episode. Also, the outlines of... I really just don't get how these mistakes arise.
Let me do that. Renormalize.
I really just don't get how these...
Okay, I'm going to need, like, 5 different copies of the same episode. I know I have the blur version already. I might have the TV airing version already. I probably don't have the DVD version, so I'm gonna need to grab that. But first I have to identify which episode from the TV airing it was, because the TV airings have multiple episodes, and the episode labels only have 1 episode in it. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's not any of those. I'll need to grab that too then. Okay, so, open Chromium. HTFG4. Flipping burgers, my mind gang, get well soon, ready to make it real, what a way to go, out of sight, out of mind, out on limb, keep it real, treasure those little moments, blind date, I get a trick out of you, happy trails, better of bread, know what, that's what. It's in one of these, I do not know which one. I think it's in this one. Nope. That's the 2 Cursed Idol episodes. Well, guess I just gotta go through all of these one by one. Let's see. Treasure those idle moments. Wait, no. It did the thing. Okay. Okay, it's in this one. It's in Flipping Burgers, which I'm pretty sure I actually have this one. Never mind, I do have this one, thank goodness. Okay, so that's the G4 any of this. Now for the DVD version. HTF DVD. Happy Tree Friends Classic DVDs. Scroll, 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 scroll. Happy Tree Friends DVD version of Suck It Up. Copy URL. Go to my video downloader. YTDOP. Check what formats I have. Format 134 plus 140. And there we go. Boop. There's the DVD version, and there we go. That is the DVD version of this episode. And what was the other one? The blurred version. I already have that somewhere in here. Blind date blurb, 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 blurb. It's easier to find in File Explorer. Blurb. Go, and that's the blurb version of the episode. Let me navigate to the right spot of the scene. Let me do volume control. So 22. This one goes all the way down to minus 32, and this one is already pretty quiet. So
also, the outlines of Sniffles' head goes missing, but
okay, I also need to make sure that I have these on the exact frame. Yeah, let's use that as a control. The frame Sniffles' pupil disappears. Yep.
Also, the outlines of Sniffles' head goes missing, but only in the G4.
I'll just use the DVD version because I don't care for the blurb text, even if it is technically the HD widescreen option.
Also, the outlines of Sniffles' head goes missing, but only in the G4. Also, the outlines of Sniffles' head goes missing, but only in the G.
Alright, now I need to have all of these three be side by side, and thankfully I have already calculated the sizes for that sort of thing. So let me grab the last instance I had to do this. That was right here. So that's the G4 airing. Paste that there. This one's the DVD airing. Paste that there. And that's the and there's the widescreen HD one, so that goes there. And there we go.
For airing DVD and blurb versions, I really just don't get how these mistakes arise in some but not all airings of the episode.
Okay, at this point I'm also going to show that it's not in both the normal HD version and the original YT version. Where did I use the original YT version earlier? Did I use the original YT? I swear I did. Maybe not. Let me just search for that. Original YouTube release. Volume control. Go. 60. Thankfully, I've also calculated there's two when it's just one widescreen and one standard definition, but that is all the way back here in like the beginning of the series in like the third episode or something. Actually, it was slightly later than that. It was this one. There it is. This is the non-white screen one. And scroll back here. This one's the white screen one. Go.
I really just don't get how these mistakes arise in some but not all airings of the episode.
Make a note. C central Gothic, size 10, bold, outline color, black, outline width, maximum. It's completely fine. Both YouTube releases. Put that to the top of the frame.
I really just don't get how these mistakes arise in some but not all airings of the episode. By the way, why is Sniffles' eye directly connected to his brain? By the way, why is Sniffles' eye directly connected to his brain? By the way, why is Sniffles' eye directly connected to his brain?
This project is getting so big. It sometimes like pauses for like 10 seconds when I control Z. That's just how massive this project file is getting. It's out of hand.
By the way, why is Sniffles' eye directly connected to his brain?
You know what? I'll just use a freeze frame for this one. That freeze frame. Zoom in on it.
By the way, why is Sniffles' eye directly connected to his brain? Yikes, what's going on here? Did you accidentally set a symbol to loop animation?
Okay, so this sin is only specifically in the original Swift file. And, I did not record footage of the original Swift file in advance, so, I'm going to have to go out of my way to export that. First I'm gonna have to grab the other flash file. Other random things, HTF Swifts converted. Oh, I didn't even convert it. I didn't even like decompile it. Okay, let me open another file explorer. Data, others. Swift files, decompiler. Flash file decompiler.exe. Right, close this, open. Happy Tree Friends, Swifts, 53, suck it up. Export to FLA. Error during export. Excuse me? Pardon me? Cool, it's broken. This has literally never happened before. Is it because it needs to update? Is it because it needs to update? Gave me a prompt to update and I didn't need to because I didn't feel like I needed to. And now it's not giving me that prompt. Cool. Where is the manual update? Updates, there it is. There isn't actually a button to update in the update section of advanced settings. That's stupid. Why does it, is it a problem with just this thing, or like, let me check if I can do it with anything else. What is an episode that I've not already done? Tongue Twisted Trouble. Not done that one yet. Does it export this one fine? Yep, it exports that one completely fine. Why is it broken with the suck it up then? I know you guys can't see this because I didn't think it was important to like switch it, but like it's fine in the preview, but like it just won't let me export it. Unless I'm able to unless I'm able to like export as the video in here, but then again, I think you can import just raw Swift files to a flash/animate. Let me try that. Actually, wait, I can literally just... I'm literally able to just play the Swift itself, aren't I? Right, I don't have Flash Player. Well, I don't have like a raw Flash Player executable linked to the Flash files for some reason. Create new. 640 by 480, 24 FPS. This is just this is just some of the toils. This is just some of the turmoil I have to go through to get footage of each version of this episode. Like, I could theoretically like find a version of it uploaded directly to YouTube, but chances are all of them are going to be 16-year-old 240p you got any more of them pixels crust. Which is not going to be a pleasant viewing experience. I don't think Animate likes trying to import an entire Swift file. Just raw. Well, this is, suffering. When do I not suffer in a stream? Like, okay, let me try and search for this error. FFD compiler error during export. Error during export java.lang.null pointer exception null. That doesn't tell me anything. Uh... Like, there's only one person, there's only one forum thread about having the same issue, and it ends in just one response saying that they need to be more specific, and then no responses for a year, and then it's just closed after a year, which is fun. So what exactly do I do at this point? You genuinely weren't expecting this stream to happen. Understandable. Honestly, I'm mostly just streaming the video editing process because I couldn't think of anything better to do. But right now, I am currently struggling with trying to export a copy of the original SWIR file of Suck It Up. So, that's fun. I should really try and find a way to update the thing. Why do I have a ping on Discord? I was too hasty in dismissing the update prompt, and now it won't give me it. Why is it only in form of an update one time? And then there's just no button to update it manually. I don't even get any relevant results trying to Google how to update it. All of the results are just forum threads of people experiencing issues after updating it. Or just how to install it, not how to update it. Oh, update check delay. Default 864 loads zeros. Why is that the default? I don't think... what? What even is that number? Hold on. Seconds to days. 86640. Okay, so by default this thing checks updates once every 1000 days. Why is it set to that? I'm changing it to like 1/5 of that. There we go, every 50 days. Except for now I'm going to set it to 1. There we go. Okay, so the updater just takes you to the GitHub page to just download the latest fit. Okay. Alright, I gotcha. So there isn't a way to update it manually. Well, guess I'm reinstalling this, I guess. Download application, see the latest release. 25.1.3. That is a lot later than 15.0.0 that I have. Let me make separate files for these. 15.0.0. Shove that one there. 25.1.3. Then FFD compiler 25.1.3. .zip. Did your progress from the previous version save as you reinstall? I mean probably not, but like, there's not really much I'd be losing. All I'd need to do is just throw the Swift file back in. That's it. Extract all. There's a lot more files in this. Where is... There it is. ffdecompiler.exe. Run anyway, please. Oh wow, we managed to keep it. Okay, will this export correctly? Okay, has it immediately broken? Hello there, username Happy Tree Friends Fan. There we go. It has exported now. Praise those above me. Alright, open up animate. Episode 53, suck it up. Let me switch the tab for this. Go, there's animate. Okay, so, yeah, it has all the audio for it, which, by the way, in these put files, just yeah, it has all the audio, and the audio is very low quality because this was made in 2004. Anyways, so that let me mute this. So the mistake is, yeah, right here. That's the mistake that I was referring to in that previous line. Let me. Am I selecting it? There it is. Okay, so yeah. This asset is set to loop instead of this asset is set to loop instead of what it should be. It's also completely broken in this, but yeah, that's just a problem with decompiling Flash files in general. Okay, so yeah. Then again, if it looks more broken than it should be, that might not really be fair. I wish Flash Decompiler just had the means for directly. I wish FF Decompiler could just directly like show the could just directly export the video. Actually, let me Google that. FFD compiler export to video. Nope, nothing. Oh well. I could maybe try and like hack something together by just recording it in OBS or something, but I don't have a means of recording something while streaming. Which is a problem, TM. To be fair, I could just leave that spot blank for now and then just fill that bit in once I'm done streaming. I've done enough wobbling over trying to just record one specific version of this episode.
Yikes, what's going on here? Did you accidentally set a symbol to loop animation? Once again, the dial goes back to the right after being set to the left setting. Once again, the dial goes back to the right after being set to the left. after being set. Setting.
I mean that gap isn't the first thing that I'm going to need to wait on, like, filling. There's a spot in right here where it relies on me saying the actual number of the sin count, which I do that last, so
Already has this number of them. I will.
So yeah.
Goes back to the right after being set to the left setting. Once again, the dial goes back to the right after being set to the left setting. Oh, now it has an optical nerve.
I just noticed that the side that the eye is in the side of the brain that the eye is stuck to is completely it just flips. I'm gonna need to make a line for that.
The side of the brain the eyeball is on flips.
Yep.
The side of the brain the eyeball is on flips.
Yep. Hiccups. I'm gonna need to slow this footage way down. Velocity set to 25%.
The side of the brain the eyeball is on flips.
Make sure to set that to lock the stretch.
The side of the brain the eyeball is on flips. 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 Oh, now it has an optical nerve. Oh, now. Now it has an op.
I can already tell this line is gonna be annoying to normalize.
Oh, now it has an optical nerve. Now it has an optical nerve. Oh, now it has an optical nerve. Also, Sniffles' glasses isn't cracked anymore.
There is no hole left where... Hold on. There is no hole left where Sniffles' brain came out of. There is no hole left where Sniffles' brain came out of. There is no hole... Actually, let me use this one. There is no hole left where Sniffles' brain came out of. There is no hole... There is no hole left where Sniffles' brain came out of.
Also, Sniffles' glasses isn't cracked anymore. Also, Sniffles' glasses isn't cracked anymore. Cracked.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
Also, Sniffles' glasses isn't cracked anymore. The device is being held up by nothing now. The device is being held up by nothing now.
You know what? Hold on.
Cracked anymore. The device is being held up by nothing now. The device is being held up by nothing now. Sniffles is still able to make any amount of vocalization at this point. Sniffles is still able to make any amount of vocalization at this point.
It's hard to hear, but Sniffles does make a sound here.
Sniffles' pens don't get trapped inside the compacted inside-out remains. Sniffles' pens don't get trapped inside the compacted inside-out remains. This moral is barely any...
And his glasses aren't crushed by this either.
And his glasses aren't crushed by this either. This moral is barely any different to the last moral of a Sniffles episode.
Let me grab a hard egg to swallow.
Moral is barely any different to the last moral of a Sniffles episode. Moral is barely any different to the last moral of a Sniffles episode. Any different to the last moral of a Sniffles episode. Also, of all the characters that have the morale... Also, of all the... Also, of all the characters that have the morale follow your nose, it was with the only character without visible noses or nostrils.
What program is this? Where do I make videos? This is Sony Vegas Pro 17.
Also, of all the characters that have the morale follow your nose, it was with the only character without visible noses or nostrils. The theme phase before the credits are done.
Right, final episode from A to Zoo. And I think this first scene is for the classic version.
The theme phase before the credits are done, which doesn't normally happen, so it's an inconsistency. Title card says which doesn't normally happen, so it's an inconsistency. Title The theme phase before the credits are done, which doesn't normally happen, so it's an inconsistency.
Oh wait, that's for the last episode. Oops.
The theme phase before the credits are done, which doesn't normally happen, so it's an inconsistency.
I'm pretty sure that's the case anyway, right? Like, all these episodes just had the other music go until the end, right? Or was that in the classic? I think I might have been referring to the classic version. Hold on.
Series finale double length episode?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Let me make double sure. Yeah, it's like that. And that one, let me check. Yeah, it's like that. And that one, where is? Okay, it started happening there. Let me check blind date. Yeah.
The theme phase before the credits are done, which doesn't normally happen. The theme phase before the credits are done, which doesn't normally happen, so it's an inconsistency. Title.
There's a single empty white frame, and that means you somehow managed to... Hold on. I have to formulate what I'm trying to say first. There's a single empty white frame here, and there. That means some. That means some. That means some red. There we go. There's a single empty white frame here, and that means some random layer is a frame longer than all the others in the Swift file. Swift discrepancy.
There's a single empty white frame here, and that means some random layer is a frame longer than all the others in the Swift file. There's a single empty white frame here, and that means some random There's a single empty white frame here, and that means some random layer is a frame longer than all the others in the Swift file. Swift file.
Alright, now we can get on to from A to Z.
Title card says from A to Z, but upload title just says A to Z.
Actually,
no special intro.
Yeah, I think these two should be swapped in order.
No special intro.
Lower the volume a little bit more.
No special intro for the series finale double length episode. No special intro for the series finale double length episode. Title card says from A to Z, but upload. Title card says from A to Z, but upload title just says A to Z. Title card says from A to Z, but upload title just...
I probably have a screenshot of all the thumbnails somewhere. I think it was right here. No, that was for the HD releases. Actually, those were the unofficial HD releases. For some reason, most of the official uploads of the HD versions were just sort of removed for some reason. Anyways, HTF season 2, view full playlist, screenshot. Save. Navigate to the file. Images. A to Z. Saved. Right.
A to Z, but upload title just says A to Z. It's from A to It says from A to Z, but upload title just says A to Z.
Zoom up for clarity. Actually, with 720, that seems appropriate.
From A to Z, but upload title just says A to Z. No feature credits either. No feature credits either. I'm sensing a decreased amount of effort. I'm sensing a decreased amount of effort. Yeah, this is what I mean with the inconsistent outlining thing. Lumpy's seat is the only one that's outlined. The cheering is audibly cut off. Hold on, let me make that more clear. The intro cheering is audibly cut off.
Intro cheers denied.wav.
The intro cheering is audibly cut off. Cut off.
Actually, that one is going to require an audio example.
Is audibly cut off.
Go.
Yeah, this is what I mean with the inconsistent outlining thing. Lumpy. Yeah, this is what I mean with the inconsistent outlining thing. Lumpy's seat is the only one that's out. Yeah, this is what I mean with the inconsistent outlining thing. Lumpy's seat is the only one that's outlined. Lumpy's seat is the only one that's outlined. Outlined. Yeah, this is what I mean with the inconsistent outlining thing. Theme. 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 Theme.
I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. I actually did that for the one in the first episode as well. Let me double check.
Theme.
Yep.
Theme. I can't believe I didn't do that the last season. Theme. Theme. I can't believe I didn't do that the last season. Not sure what your hand is even trying to do here. Not sure what your hand is even trying to do here. Here. Not sure what your hand is even trying to do here. inattentive.
There's another broken tween here, by the way. Let me double check that it's not in the original. Do I even have a copy of the original here? Episodes. Yes, I do. It's always the rotation tweens for some reason. It's just always the rotation. It's just always it's almost always rotation that has the issue. Okay, I'm gonna get really close to the microphone for this one for exaggeration effect. First, let me write what I want to write, what I want to say. I think I said something similar in here somewhere, but
Also, take a wild guess as to what I found another of. Not a year's no end.
Take one, stab in the dark, what's wrong here? Let me redo that. Take one, stab in the dark, what's wrong here? This line's gonna be so difficult to do without clipping. Take one, what am I trying to say? I'm forgetting what I'm trying to say. Take one, stab in the dark, what's wrong here? Take one, stab in the dark, what's wrong here? There we go. Take one, stab in the dark, what's wrong here? Take one, stab in the dark, what's wrong here? Normalize. Actually, I need to try and trim around that. You know what, let me just slow down by half, actually, instead. That's gonna make this camera movement look a bit janky, but whatever. I've been doing that for most of the season, since most of the season is not in 24 FPS. Take one, stab in the dark, what's wrong here?
Lumpy and inattentive children. Great combo that won't lead to pain and suffering. Lumpy and inattentive children. Great combo that won't lead to pain and suffering. Lumpy and inattentive children. Great combo that won't lead to pain and suffering. Animal abuse. Animal abuse. Animal abuse. You have got to be okay. You have got to be joking.
I need a drink of water.
You have got to be joking. And also, why is only the mane of the baboon like this? And also, why? And also, why is only the mane of the baboon like this? This is way worse of an inconsistency than usual. Especially when a character with outlined hair is right next to it. Why is only the mane of the baboon like this? This is way worse of an inconsistency than usual, especially when a character with outlined. And also, why is only the mane? Especially when a character with outlined hair is right next to it. Why does the camera need the flashlight attachment on it? It's daytime. Why does the camera need the flashlight attachment on it? It's daytime. The camera need the flashlight attachment on it. It's daytime. It's daytime. You closing your eyes like that leads me to believe you. You closing your eyes like that leads me to believe you want your eyes closed in the picture, when we all know it's a.
These two should probably be reversed.
It's against the camera flash. Want your eyes closed in the picture, when we all know it's a sign of weakness against the camera flash. The camera flash. You closing your eyes like that leads me to believe you want your eyes closed in the picture, when we all know it's a sign of weakness. Want your eyes closed in the. You closing your eyes like that leads me to believe you want your eyes closed in the picture.
I'm pretty sure those pupils are escaping the frame of his glasses. This is another thing that this is another thing that makes this take a while, because there's these sort of recurring issues that I just somehow keep finding more and more and more of. And every time I find one, I have to like completely. Oh, I didn't even realize I've exceeded the length of this clip. Hold on, let me shove that forward a bit. Go. Okay, where was I? Right, this right here. This. Deselect those. Deselect this clip and this music. And move that to here. Extend music. And for this. And for. I ended up inventing a new bit. I called it Montage Moment.
Montage Moment. And for the second part of our Montage Moment, a new Montage Moment episode. Montage Moment. Montage Moment. On.
And then there's one like much later, all the way over here.
Montage Moment.
Montage Moment.
With outlined hair is right next to it. Why does the camera need the flashlight attachment on it? It's daytime. You closing your eyes like that leads me to believe you want your eyes closed in the picture. You want your eyes closed in the picture. When we all know it's a sign of weakness against the camera flash. You closing your eyes like that leads me to believe you want your eyes closed in the picture, when we all know it's a sign of weakness against the camera flash.
There we go. Go.
5 fingers. Five fingers. Five fingers.
You can tell when a sin has happened so many times that I really should have made it a montage moment by the tone of my voice.
5 fingers. Five fingers. Sniffles' snout is a lot shorter in this picture. Sniffles' snout is a lot shorter in this picture. shorter in this picture. Sniffles is... Sniffles' snout is a lot shorter in this picture. Sniffles' snout is a lot shorter in this picture. You know, this one's really on the fall of the zoo for not having a... You know, this one's really on the fall of the zoo for not having a no flash photography sign anywhere.
Did I swap the thing?
Why does the camera... Closing your eyes like that leads me to believe... Sniffles' snout is a lot shorter in this picture. You know, this one's really on the fall of the zoo for not having a no flash photography sign anywhere. A no flash photography sign anywhere. You know, this one's really on the fall of the... Photography sign anywhere. A no flash photography sign anywhere. Petunia gets a face full... Petunia gets a face full of glass from this, but not lumping. Petunia gets a face full of glass from this, but not lumping. Petunia gets a face full of glass from this, but not lumping. Face full of glass from this.
Petunia before receiving a face full of glass.
Petunia gets a face full of glass from this, but not lumping. It took this long for the baboon to actually do any physical harm to Sniffles. It took this long for the baboon to actually do any physical harm to Sniffles. Sniffles. Baboon to actually do any physical harm to Sniffles.
Right, I'm gonna need a time code. Have I used a time code here before? I don't think so. Actually, I might have. I don't remember where. It could be in any of these clips, honestly. I don't remember where. I don't remember where. I think I have like generated media for like this purposes, but no, it's not that one. This one. Oh, it's not that one. This one? Maybe. But I have to add like meteor.
It took this.
Thing. Pretty sure that gets him by the thing. Yeah. Media FX. No, that's the one I used for like the shading at the bottom top of the screen. Do I really not have any of these? Ah, this one. There it is.
This long for the baboon to actually do any physical harm to Sniffles. It took this long for the baboon to actually do any physical harm to Sniffles. It took this long for the baboon to
let me select timeline events. There's the other one.
With that being said, Lumpy is only on screen for about 15 seconds this episode. Lumpy.
Right, let me grab that. Go.
It took this long for the baboon to actually do any physical harm to Sniffles. I thought this color of eyeball was reserved for decaying corpses. Why has it turned that color so quickly? I thought this color of eyeball was reserved for decaying. I thought this color of eyeball was reserved for decaying corpses. Why has it turned that color so quickly? Poorly timed sound effect. Poorly timed sound effect.
I have to remember where this actually was.
I've just realized I've completely neglected to mention how Lumpy's gums always swap between these two colors.
I think it was when Petunia hits the ground here. Okay, seems fine. Maybe it was probably just in the original. Probably just in the original YouTube upload. 8 Zoo Part 1.
Poorly timed sound effect.
There we go. Okay, next.
I've just realized I've completely neglected.
Freeze them over here. Crop.
I've just realized I've completely neglected to mention how Lumpy's gums always swap between these two colors. Video needs to be shipped out by Wednesday. Just quickly flash all the instances really quick. Video needs... all the instances really quick.
Okay, so, that part is going to require a lot of skimming through all the previous episodes again, which is not fun.
I've just realized I've completely neglected to mention how Lumpy's gums always swap between these two colors. Video needs to be shipped out by Wednesday. Just... video needs to be shipped out by Wednesday. Just quickly flash all the instances really quick.
Let me grab the montage moment thing for the funny.
Video needs to be... in these two colors. In these two colors. Video needs to be shipped out by Wednesday. Just quickly flash all the instances really quick. Video needs to be shipped out by Wednesday. Just quickly flash all the instances really quick.
Okay, so, I have no idea how many times this is gonna happen. This happens, but, let's make a safe estimate. Oh, where'd I go? That's gonna be a lot. Like, I assure you, there's genuinely that many instances of this. Like, look at the filter mistake bit where I had to speed it up. There's a lot of these. There's a lot of them. Let me add some stupid music over this. Which track from the HTF OST should I include? I think I'll do this one. Copy the link, grab my downloader because it can download just the audio as well. CMD, extract audio format MP3, paste link. Right here. But because I'm silly, I'm going to speed it up. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now I have to do the actual identifying every single instance. I'm going to do that after a quick toilet break. I need to go to the toilet. You know what that means? Advertisement jump scare. Back to it. Okay, so I at least won't have to check the entire series, just the episodes Lumpy appears, and thankfully this was before they started using him in 80% of the episodes. So, I'm just checking Happy Trails Part 2, Rink Hijinks, Get Well Soon, Milking It, Out of Sight, Out of Mime, Class Act, The Way You Make Me Wheel, I Get a Trick Out of You, not What Way to Go, Out on a Limb, Keeping It Real, Let It Slide, ICU, Remains to Be Seen, Stealing the Spotlight, Blind Date, and both parts of From A to Z. That is still a lot of episodes. How many episodes is that? There's 26 episodes in this season. Is that more than 13 of these? Vegas doesn't tell me how many things I'm selected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Cool. That is still a lot of episodes. Okay, to make this seem like less arduous, let's trim it down to only when Lumpy first appears and when they last appear. Lumpy in particular doesn't get much screen time in this episode. Or this episode either, to be honest. I'm gonna ignore the silhouette because you basically can't really, you're not gonna be seeing what his mouth color is from there. Lumpy barely even gets any screen time in this episode. I'm not even sure his mouth is even open at any point in this episode. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. That means I can exclude this episode entirely from the search. That helps to reduce my workflow. Lumpy also only has his mouth in one particular position for this entire episode, so this episode doesn't need to be worked on either. Go. What episode am I in? I'm currently on From A to Zoo, but I've just got to a segment where I need to sin every instance of the inside of Lumpy's mouth changing color, which requires me to scan through every Lumpy episode. Wait, hold on. Okay, for a second I thought I saw something. I thought I saw something really stupid. To be fair, for most of Blind Date, his mouth is also just open with the exact same asset for most of the runtime. So I only really need to look up to here. finally, this episode. And the part 2 to it. Go. I'm also going to remove the audio channel for all of these because we have music playing over. Okay, now I can do the searching, and I still have a lot of footage to come through. A lot of footage. That's still almost half an hour of footage. Ugh. Like, okay, obviously not all of it is going to be accounted for because Lumpy isn't on the screen for that entire duration, but okay, so thankfully it is pretty determined by just the specific asset they use on which one is which color, so I only really need to identify instances of both assets being used. So that's not gonna stop me from just seeing every time it changes, but okay, so from this point, Lumpy doesn't appear until the beach scene right here at the end, and there's only one instance right here. Crop. Right. I'm not gonna count any times it is technically changed between episodes because, well, it's probably going to have changed multiple times in the episode itself. So. I never noticed the smear frame before. With transparency by symbol. Actually, is that the case in the smear frame in, was it Out of Sight, Out of Mime? That is probably the case in the smear frame in Out of Sight, Out of Mime. Where is Holy Smear Frame in Batman? Nope, it's not. It's not done like that in there. Okay. Guess I gotta go back and add that. See, this is what I mean. Every time I look back for an episode, I find something new to add a sin over.
Between each asset. Flakies.
Alright. I'm just going to move all these back here. Okay, rink hijinks, right Which, how was it? Right, this one?
Flaky's severed leg creates a blood splatter on the wall before it even hits it.
Yeah, right here. Okay, this, deselect that. Gonna need to give myself some space to record the audio for.
Transparency per symbol. Transparency per symbol. Transparency per symbol. Symbol. Yeah, set. Seems between each end.
Okay, so, somewhere around here. I don't have the audio for that bit. Let me... This frame. Freeze frame.
Transparency per symbol.
Go. Now I move everything to snap back to that bit. Boop.
Symbol.
Let me make sure. Yep, that's still connected back. Okay, so back to the search. No, not that one. I want crop. Go. No, it switches frequently here. Ugh. 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 How can my character look so happy while doing this? Well, partly because I don't have any other sprites for it, but partly because, well, I don't mind video editing that much. I make videos for fun, which is why it took me 3 years to feel like doing this. Thanks for the unsubscribe. Yep, there's the last one. That's how many is just in the first 2 episodes. Alright, get well soon. Thanks for the unsubscribe. Ah. Right, that one goes there. Wonder how those will look like in the final product? You'll probably find out in a couple weeks. Well, a couple weeks, maybe a month. I'm not exactly the fastest video editor. Yeah, I don't think there's another instance of the O mouth like any other point this episode. That's it for Get Well Soon. On to Milking It, which Lumpy barely gets any screen time, so I won't be surprised if there's none. Never mind, there is some. You can tell it's gonna have more sins than season 1 because it's much longer. No kidding. Have you seen the timeline? We're at 1 hour 34 minutes. We darn well might hit the triple-digit minute mark. Have you ever seen a CinemaSins episode longer than a feature film? It's gonna be that long? Yeah. I'm serious. It says it right there in plain text on the left hand side above all the layers. 1 hour 34 minutes 45 seconds. And that is just how much I've done so far. I've still got like 4.5 minutes left of voiceover left. And then another montage moment, and then the bonus round. Thanks for the subscribe. So the last one was that one. This is such bad. This is such a bad idea. Doing every single time it swaps. I should have just done it once per scene, but whatever. I must commit to this. And yeah, that's it. Next is out of sight, out of mind. Lumpy's barely even on screen in that one. In that scene, in that shot. It's red. And that's literally it for this episode. Just two. Honestly, I'm surprised there was any at all though. Anyways, this one. Class act. Okay, so nothing on this shot. Nothing there. There's an open mouth. Okay. I'm getting deja vu all of a sudden. I'm not sure if the other mouth that says that you use it at any point again. Until like the outside scene. You get the coughing, and that's about it. Disco Bear's face in this shot is hilarious. crop. Go. Disco Bear had one too many spicy meatballs. That's a spicy meatball. Is Lumpy's mouth ever open after this point? I don't think so. Nope. Next episode, The Way You Make Me Wheel. My favorite episode. This is my favorite episode. Or at least it has my favorite death, anyway. Okay. Mouth. Mouth with the brown mouth inside, and then here is the asset with the red inside. Crop. Right. Lumpy's map isn't even visible in that one. Go. There we go, we go, we go, we go. Crop. Doot 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 doot. Crop. Okay, there's another O mouth. It's right here. Thanks for the subscribe. And we don't see Lumpy's open mouth for the rest of the episode. Alright, next. I get a trick out of you. Oops. Alright, next I get a trick out of you. I wonder how accurate of an estimate of how many sins this segment would have had. Like... This just happened so many times. You're just gonna see that number skyrocket. Okay, you do see his mouth open there. What color is it? I'm assuming most assets that were made like during the production of season 2 has the red coloring. Yeah. Is there yes there is. I know there's about to be one right there. Nothing there. You had to include it for one frame there, didn't you? So close to the edge of the screen as well. Thanks for the unsubscribe. No, not defocus. That is another use of the essay right there, isn't it? It's so tiny, you can barely see it. Crop. Is this one even gonna really be visible? Like, it gets discolored by the video compression, it's so small. You know what? That one's also discolored by the background, like, shadow, fog, whatever. Go, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go, 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 there we go, 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 go. Crop. Crop. This one can just be its own frame because it's just completely different to everything. Paste, new copy. This, as said, is just a different. This is just a different color to anything else. There we go. I get a trick out of you. I mean, no, out on a limb. I get a trick out of you is the one we just did. That's just an editing error. Editing error or not, it still counts. It still counts on a segment where the color of the inside of Lumpy's mouth is incredibly inconsistent. Actually, probably be better if I just use this frame instead. Be much better. There we go. Crop. I think after I finish this montage moment segment, I'll stop the stream because it's been 3.5 hours already almost, and I need to eat. I'm hungry. Crop. I'm really getting into the flow of this. That's just what streaming does when I'm doing things like this. It puts me in the flow state. For most of the rest of the episode, Lumpy is like biting something, so okay, I guess there's no more instances of the mouth with the wrong color in the rest of this episode. Let it slide. Nope, that's everything for this episode. 24 FPS episodes remains to be seen. This smear frame. Oh, that's another broken tween. Ugh. Why do I keep finding more and more of these? Alright. I never get to that. This frame? Oh, I did a split, not the thing. Blah. Anyways, where was I? Remains to be seen, remains to be seen, remains to be seen. What is with all the broken tweens? What is with all the broken tweens? Tweens. Set the normal velocity. Then just remove the velocity entirely. What is with all the broken tweens? Actually, let me set that to 50% velocity, please. What is with all the broken twains? What is with all the broken twains? There we go. And now we snap all of this back into position. Click. There we go. Anyways, where was I? Looking for the next O-mouth. Why do I need to pee again already? Oops. Crop, please. Actually, I don't need to crop that. There's just one frame where the wrong asset is used, by the way. In case you never noticed that. Oop. Just bumped the mic. Oops. I mean, this is just the editing video. It's not. This is just a live stream of me editing it. It's not. It's not the final product. Alright, that's everything in that episode. you can just see how, like, you can just see how I get a trick out of you and remains to be seen are just significantly just has significantly more clips between them. Stealing the spotlight. But first, I'm going to take another toilet break because I need to. Something, advertisement jump scare. Alright, it's time to keep doing the. Alright, gotta keep going. Stealing the spotlight. Right, red mouth. Nope, nothing there. So I'll use there. Nope, not there. Does this episode actually not use it? Oh, there it is. Okay, that was like most of the episode. This episode probably has the most infrequent swaps relative to the amount of screen time he gets. And yes, they are still different colors. Yeah, they're still brown. There. Go. There's the swap to red. Is there another swap back to brown? I don't think so. Nope. Blind date. for the small amount of time that his mouth isn't permanently the same asset. And finally, the two parts of From A to Z. Crop. Okay, I've not swapped to any of the red mouths yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. There we go. That took quite a lot of the episode to go through. Maybe this one won't have that many. That is a great smear frame. I have to include that. I have to include that. I don't have any meaning. Well, hold on. I don't have any meaningful input to this. Just take this meme. There we go. I don't have any meaningful input. I don't have any meaningful input to this. Just take this meme. Meme. I'm gonna turn Lumpy into Eye of Ra real quick. Actually, hold on. I should really get the audio with the clip. This. Just take this meme. Just take this meme. Okay, let me quickly... I need to. Okay. If I wanna like make this accurate, if I wanna make this accurate, I just have to. I need to like find the I need to find the actual like flame effect that's used in the original Eye of Ra meme. In fact, not just hold on. Let me find a video of it. I'm going to mute the output capture while I do this, just in case copyright. Okay, so I'll remove velocity and no, don't freeze frame. No, remove velocity. And then that's where the sound effect and hold on, let me so like just take this meme. And then that's when the sound and that's when the sound effect and like yeah. I just need to find the sound effect and the visual effect. Right, that's the sound bite. Audio and the other video downloader. I have flame effect, explosion effect, green screen. Perfect. All right. Wait, DLP -F. Paste link. F137 plus 137. Go, there we go, go. And that should be everything. Okay, put that in the right directory. Other video, fire explosion, green screen effect. Go. Then I just. Why is it not valid in my video editor? Hold on. Alright, you don't like that format? Let me try another format. 248. No, that's WebM. That's not a video. That's not a video format that we care about. Why didn't 137? Let me try 137 again, just in case. Nope, it doesn't like it. Cool, thanks. Thanks. I'll try and see if I can get away with 720p. It doesn't work. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? Wait. What happens if I just try it with the audio? Maybe something about the audio processing sort of like causes it to change. Ah, that works. Huh. I don't know why that works, but it works. Anyways, anyways, I'm gonna have to carefully edit this together. Chroma key, green screen. There we go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. There we go. Okay, next. What was I doing? I was like finding the other mouth changes in this episode. Okay, so I'm looking for the next brown mouth. There it is. And then the next red mouth is immediately in the next frame. Convenient. Crop. Go. Petunia receiving a face full of glass. Huh? Huh? Why is Sniffles' glasses just broken for a couple frames? I have to include that now.
I thought this.
Sniffles' glasses shatter before suddenly rematerializing. Not rematerializing. What's the word I'm looking for? Repairing, I guess. Sniffles' glasses shatter before mysteriously repairing itself. Self-repair. Sniffles' glasses shatter. Sniffles' glasses shatter before mysteriously repairing itself. itself. Okay, where's the frame? I'm looking. This gonna need to go slower. Velocity 50%. Sniffles' glasses shatter before mysteriously. I'm gonna want to go even slower than that. 25%. Sniffles' glasses shatter before mysteriously repairing itself. There we go. Like I said, every time I rewatch a scene, I somehow find something else, and that's why this video takes so long to make. I'm about to run out of ding noises. I'm gonna have to add more of them. That should be enough. Anyways, next brown mouth, where is it? There's another broken tween, by the way. I'll do that later once we pass this point. There we go, that's the next brown one. I don't know why this specific asset is brown when, like, every instance where the assets, like, sort of resembled that it's being red, but more sins just means more sins to add, baby! But it was brown in that one. That's the only asset in the entire series that has, like, the brown inside with the tongue visible. And that's everything for this one. Now, if I recall correctly, these, from A to Zoo, was first, released on the Overkill DVD, which didn't separate these episodes at all, so this is going to be the only instance where I'm having runoff between episodes for these, inconsistency errors. Go. Why is this the only time where the O mouth has teeth visible on it? Crop. Yeah, I know, right? Like, five of them in the span of a single shot, technically. There's the brown mouth. Let me copy this in advance. Brown mouth. Brown mouth. Check here carefully. Yep, still brown. Right here. crop. That is Lumpy's tongue. Which, by the way, completely changes color. I'll have to remember to add that whenever I get to that point. And that is everything. Right. Clip out all of those. Clip out the part of the music. Wait, no, that should be one more. Extend these last two clips to play to the end of the ding. There we go. Now we're done.
I've just realized I've completely neglected to mention how Lumpy's gums always swap between these two colors. Video needs to be shipped out by Wednesday. Just quickly flash all the instances really quick.
Wait, what? What happened to the soundbite? Where's my complete ding? There we go. And that is that segment finished. And as I said, and now that it has been 4 hours and 20 minutes, good God, I'm going to stop streaming this for now because I have done enough work. I have done everything from the beginning of Suck It up to that point, and that has taken almost 4.5 hours for about like 6 minutes of video. Video editing is a long and arduous process, just like animation. Okay, so, there we go. Thanks for watching. We'll be back on Sunday for Minecraft, back next Wednesday for whatever I plan to do, unless I have this finished by then. I don't know. Um, uh, thanks